Alright, hello everybody. Welcome back to another Chill Sunday stream. We are back here today with some more, if it'll pop up, Staxel. um, so after finishing Koa and the Five Pirates of Mara, we are going to build our items for the next game, as well as something to commemorate Koa. And then we shall enter our new game, the first of two games in the series, Submerged. Now, I'm not exactly sure what to do for Koa, since we have the ship here. I still love how this looks, especially from the distance. That was a really good one for Dredge. Our little collection. While we think about it, though, we can fill in the dock for the next game. Let me remind myself how much. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we can extend this by 19. You know, it's probably actually faster. I can just get the floor that way rather than looking for it. I think that's correct. 2, 3. Hello and welcome, Imagination. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday and glad you could join. How are you doing? It's been a while. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19. Yep, looks about right. Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. How long did I make these docks? You've been watching the news. And what news in particular have you been watching? Because it's been a doozy. It's been a doozy out there. 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 21. And slightly going insane. The air runs. Yeah. Oh, man. 2, 3, 2, 4. The Iran stuff has been a absolute shit show. But tell me about your insanity. What have you experienced reading this terrible, terrible reality that we live with when it comes to Iran? Let us not stay in our own heads in all this. All right, let's add the rope for the rest of the dock. Nope, not in the middle of the water. Thank you. Mainly the Orange Man's team. They're so stupid, it's painful to watch. At this point, I can't even, like... At this point, it's such a, like, team sport mentality that it's... I can't even say that it's stupid, it's just pure fanaticism. Like, we all know logic had done gone out the window with most of them from the get-go. But I don't think there's I don't think there's coming back from that. Like, I still remember, what, 5 years ago, some people had the discourse of, like, maybe we can reach a few of them kind of thing. Well, no, most of the perspectives are just whatever he says, he says. Whatever they need to say to justify his position, this said. It's just absolute fanaticism. And probably a bit of fear of being wrong. But yeah, I agree. It's painful to watch. It's awful. Alright, we still need to figure out what we want to put for the 5 Pirates of Mara here. I mean, we could add like a map. Do we have access to a map here? Because we have gotten the map pieces. The ship did get upgraded. Imagination says I've tried local volunteering with a group that tried writing a neighborhood plan a few years now. Local politicians are equally annoying to deal with. Yeah. I feel like a lot of what got me to stop making videos is I found myself writing scripts in addition to other like personal factors that went into it. But one of the things that got me is sitting there and having moments of I am having to spell out things that should be quite evident and wondering who I was even speaking to and who I was trying to convince. Um, it was great having, the community agree, and it was great having a certain handful of people, like a lot of the people on the Discord or who would come by the Sunday stream, come out and be like, man, that video you made, that was, BS and what have you, and glad you brought that topic up. It's important. And I enjoyed that. I did. But there was a level of like some of the topics I felt like I was explaining such what felt like basic things just to express how incorrect somebody who I would consider to have a very foolish perspective um had said or done, or somebody who was a complete grifter, or someone who genuinely bought into something like, say, like the manosphere or something like that. And it was like, so believe me, I get you when it comes to there being a frustration when it comes to certain attempts at making any sort of like conversation or progress. I guess is what I'm trying to say. It may not be one to one, but there's a similar, I think, frustration. So I don't want to build the crane on this. It'll make it look too similar to the tread ship. So and there's no map, right? Like nothing. Let me take a look at some stuff I could use. Hmm. What could we use to commemorate the 5 Pirates of Mara? Now we do have sails, we have the wheel, but those aren't really helpful. It was one of those that was also such a... You took a little break and we'll rejoin them soon. The local volunteering group? What kind of troubles were they making? Like, what kind of things were causing them to be, like, frustrating or annoying for you? The experience was very enlightening, talking with people I'd not normally talk with. I mean, that's also, you know, a really good thing. Like, gauging in the perspectives of people who you wouldn't normally read or talk to, I think makes that kind of worthwhile. It gives you new perspective on how to reach out and do the things that maybe you want or need to do. Man, I am at a loss for what to do with this. For the 5 pirates. Frustrating part, for example, is trying to get street trees and it being almost impossible. Areas deprived. Dang. Maybe I could use the shipping catalog here as a thing for like the map pieces, because that kind of looks close. You've not done higher education and talked to people from 4 universities in the process. Hell yeah. I mean, that's certainly something. They were interesting, the local politicians and councils, not so much. Yeah, that sounds about right. Dang, I do not see any good options except for like the pirate hat, but that's... and the eye patch. But I don't think I can even put those down on regular tables. Maybe on a shelf? Or like... Maybe it'll let me put it there. Yes. I could center the map. No, you know what? That works. Hold up. We have 5 spots on the map, so 5 pirates. And then we could have like a little... We could just have 1 pirate hat for each of the 5 pirates. I mean, that's one way to do it, right? The 5 pirate hats and the map. Yeah, the only thing that popped... Maple moth, that's not a map. You know what? There was like a little set of stalls outside. I don't know, maybe I could put something there, but I don't think that'll be that great to have that outside here. No, I think that is probably about all we're going to be able to do for that game. Unless we put this, yeah, like a commemorative plaque. There we go. I think that's satisfactory enough. All right, now for Submerged. What has been your experience, imagination? Like, what would you say has been the most unique thing about talking to some of the people you've talked with, that you wouldn't have otherwise talked about? Like, what maybe did it bring to the table for you, or what did you get out of it or learn? And what could you or would you want to learn more? In the meantime, I am going to pull up the image of the ship. I believe it's just a small little motorboat of sorts. Yeah, very tiny. we're not going to have a big one to do this time. Although we might have to exaggerate a feature or two to make it a little unique. Let's see. I would use this. Sometimes this game has random items that work. I don't know if I'm going to get lucky with that this time. We're looking to make a much smaller ship. Might be able to use the bishop depending on how that would look. And how the game lets me place it. Yeah, there's limited options with this stuff, but we're doing the best we can. Alright, let's pull up the image. Boat. Okay. So most of these I've done what? This one I made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across. This one I made 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across. This one I'm aiming for 5 across then. And it should be like barely bigger than the dock, if even. Like it's gonna be very small. That would make it look like a raft, so I have to raise it up 1. Like, even that looks too big compared to what we're trying to do. And then... I think that actually works. And then we just want like a little motor hanging off the back. Probably could even replace this. What could we use for the motor? Engine. It's red, so let's see what we got that's red. Looks like a motor or an engine. I'm gonna have to go through the inventory one more time. There's gotta be something obscure that looks like it could be a motorboat engine, like one of those gas-powered pull-string ones. I mean, worst case scenario, I can use a red block, but it would be not ideal. Wonder if I could do something with that. That would be weird though. If I place that the right way, it might not look too weird. This could awkwardly work. I don't know, I'm just trying to give us some ideas to play with before we move her over to the next to the game. That's all going to be clothing. Alright, let's see what we can do. I mean, I don't think that looks awful. I don't know if it's what I would have ideally wanted. What if I turn it around there? Oh, actually, that looks really good. I think I just need to elevate it up. Silly idea. Could I stack one on top of the other? To kind of... No, that looks awkward. That is way too massive. I mean, I think like I could just leave it like that. I think that does the trick. Small little ship. With a motor. And that brings us into Submerged. So let's head on over to our next game. See y'all in a minute. Alright, welcome everybody to Submerged. I think I'm gonna actually turn that music a little bit more down. So, this is a game that I played almost a decade ago. I feel like the graphics still hold up despite it, everything. And I vaguely remember it having kind of a similar gameplay style to kind of Shadow of the Colossus is what it kind of reminded me of, with a little bit of maybe the like early 2000s Prince of Persia series, but with no combat. A lot of the climbing mechanics and such. But we can go over that as we go through. I remember the water here being very stunning, so... Like, that stood out to me a lot when I played this. Like, we're in the ruins of this flooded city. Nice. Hope you were able to figure everything out for your dad imagination. have I played Assassin's Creed Mirage? No. I stopped playing them when they went RPG. I haven't played anything past Syndicate. I'm assuming you have. How was it? So people had homes. There was the flood, and the game kind of tells its story through these little cards that you can kind of interpret as you go through. We may not collect them all because I don't remember how to collect them all. But I still have my save file that's 100% complete, so we can go back to it. I need something to stop Taku's bleeding. You have, like, these different stories going on here. We'll try to find everything, though, in our run. You like the setting and have been eyeing the game, not played it yet, Medieval Baghdad? Medieval Baghdad. Are they going back to, like, more of, like, the, origins, like, Altair's time? Hello and welcome, Jaguar. Always glad to see the kitty in a box. Hope you're having a chill, lovely Sunday. Jaguar, you've been lurking. I need to boat over Climb Edwin. Okay. I've been lurking because I've been doing some chores, but thought I'd finally say hello. Well, hello, Jaguar. Hello. Let me check something very quick and then we can get back in. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, if we don't get every little secret or detail, we don't really miss out, and I can always show it off on my main save file. If I can get that back in and working. But for now, imagination says, I think so. The assassin's lore comes from the Nizari Ismaili assassins in the mountains near Persia area, I think. I believe you are correct. What is this landmark? It's just been a while since I played this. So you're just spending a lot of time in this game exploring the world while trying to climb these buildings to try to look for supplies to help heal your brother. Hello and welcome, John. Hope you're having a chill lovely Sunday. Is this future Manhattan? I mean, it could be. A little too stoned for Manhattan, but perhaps. Perhaps. Found 0 out of 60 secrets. Yeah, and a lot of this is just looking around and trying to find little areas like this to get the secrets. And each one of them gives a piece of the story of what happened in the world. And I think a lot of it is pretty evident in terms of like what might have happened, but it's still kind of cool that the main function of the game is that you're exploring. That it's not just centered on combat. And then you're just kind of looking for the next path up. Imagination says I'm being called again, might come back later after more tech support. Good luck with the tech support. You're always welcome back. I hope you do join us. And that's our first crate of medical supplies. John asks, is Mighty 9 any good? Mighty number 9?
Too cold for tackle. Need fire.
I need to find more of those crates. So the reason that I compare this game to Shadow of the Colossus is it kind of has a very similar premise and opening, where in Shadow of the Colossus you kind of see your protagonist leave someone on an altar like this and then go on a journey that involves them climbing these huge structures and colossal beasts. A lot more violent in Shadow of the Colossus, but this game scratched an itch with that worked for me for what it was worth on just the explorative side. So you have some of these like smaller areas that you can go into that have some of the cards as well. It's not all on the big towers. Which again is part of why, since I have a completed save file, I will, if I don't get everything, we'll come back to it after. John says, it sucks working third shift. Everybody I work with sleeps during the day when my son's at school. That is pretty awful. Like, how do you end up managing that when you don't have, like, a lot of people that you can interact with like that? What's your coping strategy? So now we got a boost for the boat. There's a number of upgrades for the ship lying around also. John says, well, my son is pretty awesome. That's my coping strategy so far. Hey, that is it right there. think that's the best answer. I just remember not wanting to miss anything on certain towers because the towers themselves are pretty big climbs. I think that was the one, if I had to put a negative on this game, that I remember. You said that on Wednesdays you don't have to pick them up usually, so you get the whole day to yourself. Just gotta figure out what to do with it. Is there something you want to be doing? That, like, maybe you could explore something you've not given yourself the time or permission to do? The watchful lady. So yes, if it isn't obvious that you were actually correct, the idea that this is kind of Manhattan-esque, with that being the watchful lady as opposed to the Statue of Liberty, I think is poignant. John says, want to play D&D, want to date more, want to ride around on my bike into urban permaculture. That's a lot of good stuff. Your kid is trying to give you raspberry. That's fair. I mean, that takes priority right there. You don't gotta apologize for that. That's important. That's important business right there. Also, I do want to mention that if anybody has any anxiety about, like, the water or falling in this game, there is no way for your character to die. Like, there is no way for your character to fall off of something significant and get harmed in any way or anything of that sort. So I don't know if that's the same with the sequel, because I've not played the sequel. But this one for sure. But I'm fairly certain it's the same thing. Jaguar says, oh my god, thanks for the FYI, because I actually have a fear of water. Fair enough. I got you. Oh, so, like, all these games that we've been playing have been absolutely terrifying for you. Sorry for that. Pretty sure that's another... landmark. Are we at the edge of the map? Yeah, okay. Does this bridge not count as a landmark? I suppose not. think we'll make our way to the next building now. Because otherwise we could sit here and just go into exploration mode and kind of never make it to actually doing the main quest of the game. Though there is an upgrade right there, so might as well grab that. The princess and the golem. Alright, here we go. This is a bigger building. Rungalt Memorial Library. I'm just checking how many. This has 3 secrets. Okay. Again, with the bigger climbs, I just want to know how many I'm aiming for. on. I hope I didn't pick... There should be a side path, right? Yep. Okay, cool. And I think y'all can see kind of why I went with this as a choice for a chill Sunday stream. That and gives me a good excuse to finally catch up and play the sequel, because I have had the sequel for a bit and been wanting to play it. But y'all voted for it too, so very happy with that. I feel like D&D gets a little bit like when people take the rules very seriously, and they've got like all the different rule books out and all that, the numbers used to get very crunchy, and I see why it's a potential turnoff for some people. And there's also a lot more, I feel like, ability for... I don't know, I always feel like there's that weird balance that one has to do with maintaining the story and keeping the characters happy, but also providing significant consequences. Like, being a DM, GM, whatever term you want to use, is not an easy thing to do. You have to balance a bunch of players who want different things, you have to balance the story. I see why it's fun. I understand the joy of it. But it is very difficult. Wait, did I miss something somehow? Or is that on the other building? I think that's on the other building. John says, yeah, people get like, this is the real rules to D&D. Like, dude, it's all made up. It is indeed all made up. And, like, that's kind of the point. It's fun because it's made up. It's fun because we're trying to tell a story together. It's fun because we're creating action-y moments and, like... I get that the roles are meant to kind of, like... constrain, like, a certain type of... I don't know, overplay? John says, getting religious about the rules to D&D let's shitify it like everything else. Yeah, I mean, there's that. There's also, like, I get the idea of wanting a structure, right? Like, I get there wanting to be some stakes and consequences and the need to have something to grasp onto. Okay, yeah, that was on the crane over there. Oh, what is that? There was something watching us. Jaguar says, even the one rule book's too much for me, though. And to be honest, I don't think that I like class systems having to track so many things. Yeah, you can get real, like, picky about certain things that you track.
Get what here?
Also, this section always reminded me of certain parts of, like, I don't know. I feel like they copy-pasted a bunch of different structures and buildings from different cities to make this in some level. In a good way, I mean. It looks like a thriving city once existed here. There's enough diversity and there's so much overgrowth, and I kind of love the dynamic they pulled off with this game. And also, this is I think this is done in Unity 4 in like 2015, so Hello and welcome, Gangle. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Glad you could join. And Gangle says the city is a mix, but it also has elements of like ancient ruins, which is so fascinating because I mean that's what our cities could look like if massive flooding happened in certain areas. I forget, is there a way to climb the base structure here? Where our brother's located? Yep. John says, don't want to be that guy, but where's she getting fuel for the motor? So, that is explained. She is getting it from the leftover remains of the other ships that were passing by. We've grabbed a couple of upgrades to basically fuel the tank. That and suspension of disbelief in gameplay. But I get you. Why no sailboat? Good question. Because I would also be of the mindset that the engine would get caught up in all the muck from all the different like plant life that's in the water around us. Then again, maybe her engine can function on like some crude oil extracted from these sea creatures around here. Who knows? We don't know how they posted. We don't know how this particular society post-apocalyptic themselves. Also, I'm not gonna lie, this girl's arm strength must be absolutely phenomenal. I don't know, one of the things I remember really just enjoying about this game, when it came out, well, I must have played it in like 2017-ish. And one of the things that I think I enjoyed was the fact that we got to play as a girl who was out saving her brother, because there was still so much of that, like, hesitancy at that time period to, like, put a girl in the lead role. And to see this, like, indie game that was kind of cheap, I might have even been in a bundle, I don't know, we're talking about almost 10 years ago. And, like, the comparisons to Shadow of the Colossus in terms of, like, the climbing mechanics and everything like that, but without, like, the grip and the battle mechanics. I don't know, I loved the exploration here also. This game left me with nothing but good feelings. Oh, is this that building? This is the building where you had to go up and down, maybe? I don't remember. I remember there being one that did that. Or is there just another secret over here? Another secret over here. Like, I wouldn't write this as, like, game of the year type material or anything like that, but I don't know. Very solid structure, very solid set of focus goals in mind, very good use of open world, which isn't too massive, but just big enough to make you feel like you want to explore and unlock the story of what's happening here. And I'm gonna kind of put out what's gonna probably sound like a controversial take, but I feel like everybody here is gonna kind of get what I'm saying. I think we need more solid 7 and 8 out of 10 games. I think sometimes games try to do too much and end up shooting themselves in the foot. I think there's a lot of games out there that try to like do so much that they end up missing the mark completely. And sometimes the best gaming experiences that I've had in my life have been solid enough games that just explored the same mechanics I'm used to in something, but slightly different. Give me a different take on a very similar formula or something I'm comfortable with, but add enough of a twist that makes it unique, makes it stand out. Give me a solid 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 gameplay, and I'm sold. Sometimes I think we do ourselves a disservice with games that are trying to strive for perfection. It ends up bloating budgets, it ends up bloating time, it ends up introducing mechanics sometimes that overstay their welcome. When you try to adhere to a certain time that your game has to last, like, some of the best games are little 4-6 hour experiences. And I think that's perfectly fine. Where's the pathway up? Not seeing a climb spot. Ah, there we go. That's the obvious path, so is there... Nope. Also, sometimes it's worthwhile when you're getting a vantage point up to kind of zoom in on some of the other buildings and structures nearby to see if you can spot anything worth grabbing. See, my question, if I have any question about this game world, why are medical supplies always on the roof? Who thought that was a good idea? Whose genius idea was it to put all the medical supplies on the roof of buildings? And you know what? I'm gonna answer my own question. Because I just thought of what the answer is. The answer is they're in the middle of a flood that likely wiped out people. Of course they put the medical supplies on the roof. They didn't know how high the flood was gonna get. John says, I still think Skyrim is the best game experience I've had, that or Tomb Raider. Which Tomb Raider? The early ones or like the remakes, the trilogy? Would they have come out in the early 2000s, or would they have come out in like 2015 era? Fair enough. Oh, is this the one? No. Okay. No. Wait. There was... Is this the one that uses the... that tricks you? Where there's something right after the crate? I knew there was one that did that. No. Okay. Just making sure. I think after we get this crate, we're gonna take a small break. And then we can, when we come back, we will continue exploring this world. We may not finish this game in today's session, but if we don't, I'm treating this and its sequel kind of as one game, as for the purposes of the Sunday stream. So we will very, very likely be in the second game by next stream. It's not a particularly long game. Oh, we got food. Or in water. We got water. And we're being watched by some sort of mutant creatures. So what is happening? Who are these beings that are watching us? And oh, what is happening to our hands? And our feet. Our hands look decrepit. Now we need to find food. So, when we come back, let's say in about 10 minutes, we will try to find Taku some food. Until then, I will ask you to go get water, go get snacks, go take care of yourselves, go do what you gotta do. And when we come back, we will continue exploring the world of Submerged. See you in a bit. everybody. We are back from break. And if anybody was around during the break, you also hear that our character is coughing now. Meaning something is going on. So now our goal is to get us some medical some food. We've got we've gotten we've gotten a good chunk of our sorry, we got bandages, we got fire, we got water, next we get food. Also, there's apparently an engine right nearby. Yep. You know, I was just thinking about how this game also kind of sort of has a bit of that like Wind Waker vibe to it that I hadn't really thought about. I feel like whoever designed this game was like, I'm a fan of Wind Waker, I'm a fan of Shadow of the Colossus, I like some of the climbing mechanics and like your Assassin's Creeds and Prince of Persia's, and just put it all together. Also, there's apparently another boat right here. I'm not seeing it. The map seems to indicate that there is one. Is it inside the building? Is there a way to... It's also just hard to see right now with the lighting. Oh, okay. No, that's grayed out. We have that one. Never mind. New landmark. The aberrant creature. I also really enjoy these types of set pieces right here, where you can sail into, like, the withered out, you know, structures and rungs of former buildings. There's something. Oh, that's a building with something on it for us. I don't know if we can climb this one yet. Yeah, we can. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna maybe do a little bit more exploring and then go up to the next tower. Kind of balance it back and forth, a little bit of exploration, a little bit of tower climbing. Also, the way that this game handles, its borders is basically just a invisible wall, but it doesn't even, like, have that invisible wall effect. It kind of just nudges you away from it. Like, no, 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 you don't want to be here. We're gonna head up this one, since we're here. How many secrets are Skyline Condors? Skyline Condors. 1, 2, 3. Pretty sure 3. John says I gotta get back on the diet. What diet or / are you on? Doctor said I'm like 108 kilograms. Where do you want to be? You did 300 push-ups yesterday, so that's good, I guess. Okay. That's a lot of push-ups. You just do 1,500 calories. You want to be hot. Well, to be fair, that's not very far off of where you're at. You'd like to be able to long distance run without destroying 42-year-old needs. That's a life mission. That's a goal. That is that to me is the absolute pinnacle. I tend to think about ability rather than, like, not ability, capability, in terms of, like, what I would define as fit relative to a person's ability. Because to me, I think the point of it is to... isn't to achieve a specific aesthetic, but rather to try to push for something in oneself that one could not previously obtain. And to me, that's one of those goals. Like, being able to overcome knee pain is definitely a good one. Alright, we got our next supply crate. And it is food. And now there's a third mutant creature watching us. John's like, I'm not gonna bullshit, I want the aesthetic. I want the aesthetic and the ability. To me, the big part of the reason that I try not to focus on the aesthetic is there's so much crap, especially for women, around what we're supposed to look like, how we're supposed to function, what body parts we're supposed to make muscular, what body parts we're not supposed to make muscular, how we're supposed to function, what we're supposed to look like, how we're supposed to carry ourselves, the way we're supposed to focus on ability. And it's just like, I'm kind of at the point of just leave me alone. Also, the infection is spreading down our hands.
Pigs everywhere. Needs to fix.
I need to find something to keep the insects from Taku, because the fire apparently is not doing a good enough job. And John says, running feels so good, but so does getting Anna from work to thirst after. I would prefer not to be. I would prefer not to get that type of attention, if I'm being honest. That type of thing is, John says, I ran a marathon in 2009, but this time around I should focus on push-ups. Hey! That's impressive, not gonna lie. I've been on that building. Somehow we didn't explore this area of the map. Directly north of us. Did I already get the thing here? Wouldn't surprise me if I did. Yeah, it looks like it. John says, really, I think all women are beautiful at all body shapes. Yeah. I think we need more attitude like that. John says, I know this is logical, but men have a more narrow range of fitness that's considered good looking. I think it's also that a lot of the standards that men strive for, I think, are created more by men than by women. And I think that there are numerous body types that are just, like, found attractive, especially within the gay community. But I think amongst primarily straight men, there's been a very big push for 1 to 2 body types, basically. I could agree with that. John says, I know the dudes I'm attracted to with a good amount of muscle and athletic build. You don't like the dudes with crazy amount of muscle. The pro wrestler look. Yeah, no, not a big fan of the pro wrestler look. Also, you know, not the dehydrated superhero look that's often depicted in films. That seems toxically unattainable. The Titan's Spear. Oh, there we go. There's 2 things right there. Nice. There's a ship part. I just have to say, one of the things I thoroughly enjoy about this map design is that they leave you with the markers of things that you've gotten and just gray them out. I think it's incredibly frustrating when a game decides to not tell you where you've been, especially when it's like your first time exploring a world, and especially when you're trying to go for completion. You either need some sort of radar or some sort of device to guide you towards the last items you're missing at the end of a game, or you need something like this map where it's like, no, I've already got that one before. So if I need to look up a guide for just the one thing, because I don't feel like spending, you know, hours searching a map to get my last collectible. Just having known which ones I'm missing, which ones I have. I don't know, it's convenient. I enjoy that. I enjoy when games are thoughtful of my time. I hear that a lot of people have a preference for just a little bit of squish. So, I think we can go for this building here. Eclipsed state. I feel like we've been getting a lot of nighttime in this particular run of the game. I wonder what's been causing that. Do I vape? No, I do not. I don't think my lungs could take that. You're gonna try and quit this week? How long have you been vaping for? Yeah, this is one of those buildings that I would have preferred to have done during the daytime. Since you quit smoking 2 years ago. Oh, did you did the switch to vape from smoking directly? Or was it quit and then need the craving, try to go for vape? stress from the divorce and fighting for custody was too much, and you bought a pack of cigs and then smoked for a year. Damn. After quitting for 4 years. That's rough. Pretty sure there's at least, yeah, there's at least one more on this building. We're gonna have to keep our eyes out. Problem is, this building is really difficult to see through. Like, the lighting engine, I don't think does this particular building well. Now you're doing Zen. How did you find the vaping versus the smoking? Do not grab that. Do not grab that. Do not grab that. There's one right there. And we're still missing one on this building. Except I have no idea how we were supposed to get to it, so... Oh, no, 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 no. Don't tell me I just got stuck somehow. Oh, no! No, I've been singing this game's good praises. How did that happen? We're gonna have to fast travel. And come back to that building. Yeah, let's head back that way. Unfortunately, we'll have to reclimb that one. Did Lindsey Graham get the diarrhea parasite? Okay, what exactly is going on with that diarrhea parasite? Like, I've heard, I vaguely heard about it popping up in, like, the Great Lakes area. Like, what in the hell happened? I haven't researched it enough. I've just been busy. see if I can see where that one is that I'm missing. Rolls out lore script. Ah, yes, tell me the lore. Give me the details. Tell me the legend of diarrhea parasite. The most charming of conversations. There was a group in the CDC that was tasked with monitoring and controlling the spread of this parasitic infection that causes explosive diarrhea. A group that got eliminated by Elon Musk and the Doge cuts. And now nature is taking its course. As it does. As it does. It is not down there. Wash your salad greens, basically. I've seen the recommendation to do more than washing. I've seen the recommendation to flat out cook your greens. Basically, just don't participate in anything raw. Like, I'm not sure if washing it is enough. And I also vaguely heard something about it not really being easy to detect. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna err on the side of caution. I would prefer not getting a parasite. I got enough going on in life right now. Okay, I have 100% missed this a second time. You wash your greens in vodka. I guess that's an extreme way to deal with it. I don't know. I haven't seen another pathway up the building, so... Now that I have sunlight, let me go up to the top of the building and see if I can find a way over to where I need to be. Well, of course, and it starts raining immediately. Yeah, there it is, down there. How do I get to that? Let me see if I can follow the path. Is this... Ah. There we go. This is the building that I remembered where you had to avoid the item at first and then go down. All right. Bug spray. Ah, we've got another mutant. And the infection is spreading up our arms and up our legs. Great.
I need antiseptic.
We need antiseptic now. Excuse me. That caught me off guard. Oh, I think this was one of the rather unique ones. Yeah, I think you get off here, but you end up climbing this, like, huge building here. Caught in a dream, snake eater. I love the fact that they adjust the camera for you there to give you these, like, shots of the different scenery. The bird's eye. Also, if you all can excuse me one sec, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. You know what? I might as well. We're here. I feel like that would have been a nice place to hide a secret. Man, I feel like that pipe would just come right off the wall there. I think we just have to run around to get this one. Nope. There is one here. That's the item we need. Alright, sir. Yeah, this one's a little sneaky. I remember how to do this now. where's the pathway down here? There it is. Antiseptic to clean the wound. We have 4 more crates to go. Let's see how time goes with this. It might just be worthwhile to go through the main story and just grab everything. Yeah, our hands are completely infected now. It's spreading up our back. We're getting the same boils as those other creatures that were staring at us. What is happening?
Cash need to be close. Need stitch.
We need stitching material now for Taka's wound. There's 2 of them already found. Let's go find the other 2. That's 14 out of 26 upgrades. What do we got? The net to the sky, which is just an antenna. this island. Another climb at night. Interesting. Okay, looks like that one comes from over there. You want a boat so bad? I think you mentioned that last time, yeah. Fuck this having a job nonsense. Would be nice. We can climb down that way, but not up. And I know there's something over there, but we have to get there. John says, I want a boat to live on, catch fish and oysters, and grow lemons to make lemon bars. Sounds like the dream. It is difficult to see in this weather and storm. I can get down there, but not up. this building I remember being the trickiest of them all. A lot of backtracking on this one. No worries, John. Oh, that had me come full circle. Okay. Yeah, if there's any building that I missed something on, it's gonna be this one. Let's give it a once-over walking around to make sure. I think that was the extent of this. And we got a sewing kit. 3 more items to go. The infection's almost up to our shoulders. We have boils on our face and back. This ain't good. Why does it not seem to be affecting our brother, though? Is it because we're interacting with the city somehow? Oh. Oh, hello. That's not ominous and creepy. Was it all in her head?
Tackle feet. Pavement go away.
Time to go find some antibiotics. We're gonna try to head northwest. Yeah, northwest is the beginning. Oh, did I miss one on that building? I missed one on that building. Okay. But I don't need to wait for that. I have that. Where did I miss one? Right there. Okay. Crap. I knew I was gonna miss one on that building. They got the ladybug stomach parasite. Maybe. When the game from 2015 is more relevant now than it was when it first came out. I think this is the one I was missing. Yep. Okay, we'll grab this and we'll teleport back to thing. It'll take way too long to climb this out. Compared to just fast traveling home. done a pretty good job of getting stuff. There's still 10 boat upgrades out there, which is kind of crazy to think about. I vaguely remember there being one, like, in the, like, in a weird spot, like, under this bridge kind of thing. Yep, there it is. We did that building. Now this building has a secret. Yeah, this has... another one. We'll come back. We'll do that last, probably, at the end of the stream, maybe. But I want to clean up some other stuff around here first. I think it's kind of funny that I still remember some of these. Had to be another one in that fog area somewhere. Might as well pick that up here, there. There's the spot. We have 3 more towers, and they're gonna have somewhere in the range of like 3 to 4 in each of them, meaning there's a minimum of like 9. Probably closer to 10. So there's only probably about 5-ish, 5 to 6 more secrets out there that are not on the towers that we have to climb. That's not supposed to happen. Oh, okay, there's one. That was... How many is that? 21? Let me see if I can figure out where the rest of these would be. There's probably one in the top right, in that fog. we go. There's definitely a couple on the southern part of the map. Actually, we can just fast travel home. In fact, I know there was one by the monument down there in the south. I guess the Ferris wheel? I must have missed that. Wasn't there one over here? Okay, no, I didn't make that up. Cool. There's a couple of fog spurts near the center that I believe so that should probably wrap that up. Also, there's a secret here. So yeah, I think the goal is going to be, for the rest of the stream, we're gonna probably grab the last two propellers, because I'm pretty sure I know where they are. If we come across any secrets on the way, we'll grab them. And then we're gonna do one of the remaining towers. And then call it there. There should be one somewhere north of here. Oh, I saw something up there. Hold up. Oh, that was just reflection off the satellite dish. Whoops. pretty sure there's one in that building complex on the right. Which is the one that I missed at the end of my last playthrough. Was it in here? Yep. That's all the boat upgrades. So, with that, I'm gonna just check if there's a secret to the east of me. John, I missed your message. You made spaghetti for the boy child. I hope the boy child enjoys. Made a planet with googly eyes and a smiley face, and I'm like, what's his name? And he's like, Mars. Duh, Dad. I was thinking about. You should have known that. Duh. Of course it's named Mars. You were thinking about electric boats, like you could just make a sailboat that regenerates the battery while it's under sail. I wonder how that would work, especially at night. That would be my concern. But I imagine having some sort of solar panel system has to work with an electric boat, right? Like that has to be feasible in some way. Alright, we're missing. So there's probably like 4. I think the building on the left has a bunch. Like. Pretty sure we're missing like 12 of them from the buildings. Proper. If that's the case, we have 4 secrets left. Where could they be? You know what? Let me see which ones I'm missing, because usually they're kinda together. Probably missing one in that fog in the center and the north. There's just a lot of fog there. I'm probably missing one on the top right. You know, let me go for this. Let me just clear the map, because otherwise that's gonna bother me. This is one of those I wish I had like an extra like half hour to 45 minutes that would probably wrap the game up. But you know, we can also just conclude it next time. Oh, here's one. We're definitely missing one in that, like, fog of war in the center. It's directly to the west of us. And this is when the boosts really come into play and are super handy. Yeah, I'd imagine it's somewhere in this area. Oh, there it is. There's at least one here. Neat. We probably are missing 2 more on the larger map, approximately. And before I check a guide, I'd like to just see if I can find them. Which numbers are we missing? We're missing 9. We're missing 20. And then we're missing a bunch of them bunched up, right? So 9 and 20 are probably... Yeah, those are probably on one building, 28 through 31. 33 through 37 are on a second building. And 55 through 57 are on a third building. So 9 and 20. Well, maybe there's one more in the fog. And there's a distinct any knowledge of where the other one would be. I saw that. I saw that. Maybe we'll just do the last 3 climbs next time. We'll just clear the map. That might be better. Get the rest of the secrets on the main map, then we just have 3 towers to climb next time. That might be a better use of our time. I have no idea where this last one is. I'm gonna look around a little bit. If I can't find it, then... Oh! Did we get this one? Yeah, we got that one. That had climbable stuff on it. Hold on. Hello. Probably our last one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point the last 3 supply tower, like the last 3 climbs, would be where the last 12 are, so that has me satisfied. I'm gonna just double check that quick on a guide. 56 through, yep, 55, 6, and 7, 28 through 31, yep, and yeah, they're in the remaining 3 buildings. We've got all that. Oh, I know what we're missing in terms of landmarks. That's kind of silly, actually. I'm also going to see if we can get the last 2 creatures as well. It's a little silly because there's like bridges pretty much throughout the corners of the map. But it's specifically this bridge that counts as the landmark. So that should be the last landmark. Now, in terms of creatures, we're missing 3 and 6. So 6 we'll get at the top of the tower next time. One of the towers next time. But 3 is the annoying one. These taken edge of the map in open ocean. chill at the edge of the map, just rotate around. And eventually we'll get the blue whale to pop up. How have we not pulled up the blue whale yet? Come on. Like, the corners are almost made for them. Is that it? Is that it? Yep, that's the blue whale. Alright, and... I think that's where we're gonna call it. What music do I listen to that nobody's ever heard about? I I don't have an answer for that because most of my music tastes have been provided to me by other people. You've been listening to Seren Sarak? Not even sure, but you think it's Turkish? I mean, if that, I'd have to look that up because I don't know the music. Let me just see if there's anything else there before we wrap up. I think that's gonna be it though, because we're at time. I just want to make sure the Remnant's location is on one of the 3 buildings. Remnant submerged location. Pretty sure. Come on. Okay, there's a spot right near where we spawn in. We're near our start point. Let me do that. There it is. That is all the creatures. All the landmarks, all the city story that we can get without the 3 buildings, and the last 3 buildings will fill out our stuff. So yeah, we're on the path for 100%. So, with that in mind, I think next time we'll climb those last 3 buildings, finish up this game, and then time skip into the next, into the sequel. Also, hello merchants, I am literally ending the stream. I hope your Sunday has been chill. I'm glad you were able to make it. But yeah, we'll be back next Sunday with some more Submerged, and then time skip into its sequel. Until then, I hope you all have a great week. I hope you all stay chill. And I hope that everything is as good as it can be with everything going on. My name's Anarchist Terra. Thank you all so much for watching. See you next time.